Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I will do call to order. Mr. Fuentes?
Here.
Mr. Eggert?
Here.
Dr. Chris? Here. Miss Malley? Here. And I myself, Laura, am here. Moving on to number 2, public comments. Do we have any public comments? No? Okay, thank you. We need a motion to adjourn to closed session. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris. I move to adjourn to closed session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We adjourn at 4 p.m. to closed session. We will now reconvene to open session. And the pledge to the flag, I believe Ms. Malley has it tonight.
I would like to invite Elena Bravo from Washington Middle School up to the podium to lead us in this evening's flag salute. Before Elena starts, I would like to share some wonderful things from her principal, Ms. Baker. Elena is described by her teachers as truly one of a kind. She is outgoing and outspoken in a very positive way. Recently, she spoke to the BCSD board to advocate for an indoor gym for Washington Middle School. As an athlete, she sees the need for the indoor space to help out the PE and sports programs. Her teachers also state that academically she's one of the smartest students they've ever taught. She continues to strive for greatness every single day. The Washington staff knows she has a bright future ahead of her, but us as a result. Elena, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Could you please come up for a picture?
You want to invite her parents or?
Very good.
Thank you.
There you go.
Cindy,
Miss Cindy?
is it, there's a late one?
Okay, moving on to number 3, report of closed session action. During the recently concluded closed session, the board took action to appoint Miss April May as principal of Fletcher Elementary School effective July 1st, 2026. The vote was unanimous. Congratulations to Miss May. Also, during the recently concluded closed session, the board took action to appoint Ms. Jocelyn Ventura as Director of Human Resources effective July 1st, 2026. The vote was unanimous. Congratulations to Ms. Ventura. I'm reading what they gave me. Recognition of administrative appointments. Ms. Orozco?
Good evening. Today is my pleasure to introduce Amy Burdick as our new principal at Curran Middle School. So she's currently a coordinator in student support services, and we have complete faith in all the work she's going to be able to do with our students and our staff and our parents. So congratulations, Ms. Burdick.
Good evening, Dr. Aguilar, Fort, members of the board. I just want you to know how honored I am that you have named me the next principal at Curran Middle School. It has truly been an honor to be a part of the Bakersfield City School District organization. I've grown so much professionally here. I have to thank Dr. Fullenweiner for all the guidance and everything that he has taught me, of which the answer will always be policy and law. My staff and student services who has worked so hard and serves our students and families with such dedication, such an amazing pleasure to have worked with them. Of course, my husband, Doug, and my children who are just cheer me on in every single thing that I do. I'm so excited to work with the team at Curran Middle School and continue to serve our students and families. Thank you so much.
Can you please join us for a picture?
And the husband and everyone.
Mother?
And the husband.
Oh, yeah.
Husband.
We'll put you in the middle and then we can invite her family. You guys can come over on this side. Okay, sure. Thank you. Moving on to public comments. Do we have any public comments? Yeah, we do. To our visitors, members of the public may request that items be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion so that the board may be advised of the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the forms provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. During special meetings, public comment is limited to the items on the agenda. A nuestros visitantes, los miembros del público pueden solicitar que se incluyan temas en la agenda de cualquier reunión ordinaria de la Junta de Educación. Los temas deben estar directamente relacionados con los asuntos del distrito escolar. Los temas colocados en la agenda por el público serán para información y discusión para que la Junta de Educación pueda conocer las opiniones de la comunidad. Las personas pueden dirigirse a la Junta de Educación completando los formularios proporcionados en la puerta y entregándolos a la asistente administrativa antes del inicio de la reunión. Para llevar a cabo una reunión eficiente, la Junta de Educación no puede responder preguntas ni comentarios de los asistentes. Durante las reuniones especiales, los comentarios del público se limitan a los temas de la agenda. Up first, we have Miss Ashley Hopwood.
Good evening, board members. Tonight I stand before you with nearly 5,000 signatures from parents, families, educators, advocates, and community members who believe our special education students deserve the highest level of safety, transparency, and accountability. Nearly 5,000 people have added their names to this petition because they understand what is at stake. They understand that many of us, our children, cannot always come home and tell us what is happening during the day. They understand the fear that comes with placing your child in the care of others, hoping that trust is never broken. This petition is not about blame. It is not about attacking teachers or staff. In fact, we truly are grateful for the incredible work and hard work they do every day. They deserve support and protections as well. This is about creating a system where families do not have to wonder, where concerns can be answered with facts instead of uncertainty, where transparency is not feared but embraced. The district has an opportunity to lead. You have the ability to explore cameras in special education classrooms, even if it begins as a pilot program. Leadership is not waiting for change to happen somewhere else. Leadership is being leadership is being willing to take the first step. I have also emailed each board member comments from hundreds of families who have signed the petition. I truly hope you will read each and every one of them. Some comments are heartbreaking, some of them are hopeful, and all of them come from people who care deeply about our children and want to see a stronger safety system in place. As I hand over these signatures tonight, I ask that you look beyond the number. See the mothers who lie awake at night wondering if their children are safe. See the fathers who keep showing up because they refuse to give up on their children. See the grandparents and caregivers and advocates who have spent years making sure children with disabilities are treated with dignity and respect. And with members of the media and our community here tonight, I want to say this clearly. We are not going away. We are not giving up. We will continue to advocate. We will continue to ask questions. We will continue to request records. We will continue to speak during public comment, and we will continue to bring any concerns forward when families feel unheard. Not because we want attention, not because we want conflict, because when a child cannot always speak for themselves, someone must be willing to speak for them. I hope these signatures remind you that this issue matters to thousands of families. I hope they remind you that families are asking to be partners, not adversaries. I hope they remind you that every decision made in this room affects real families and real children. Tonight, I ask you to listen not just to me, but over nearly the
Ms.
5,000
Hopwood, can you please
voices
bring your
that
comments to a
stand
closure?
behind these pages. And then I will give that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susana Lopez?
Buenas tardes.
Permita que María venga para que le traduzca.
Okay. Buenas tardes a todos o buenas noches a los miembros del board. Mi nombre es Susana López, estoy aquí porque quiero hacer comentario público sobre ciertas cosas que hace tiempo me están molestando.
Good evening to the board. My name is Susana Lopez. I'm here to share some things that are bothering me.
Número uno, quiero hacerles saber que yo estoy a favor de las cámaras para las de educación especial, ya que tengo una niña de educación especial, totalmente a favor de la propuesta de la señora Ashley, que ella es la que ha continuado y sigue con esto. La
Number
apoyamos.
one, I want to share I'm totally in favor of the cameras because I'm a parent of a child in special education, so I'm totally in favor of the cameras.
Otra cosa también, quisiera llamar un poco la atención a lo que es educación especial en cuanto a responder a los emails que los padres enviamos tanto a la directora y la subdirectora del programa.
Number two, in special education, it's important that you reply to the emails we sent to the teacher and to the principal.
Este es un llamado porque en la escuela de mi hija yo noté que en el playground hay una pieza de madera en el playground en un slide y esta es fecha que nadie responde a mi email.
I noticed there's a piece of wood in the slide and nobody has replied to my email. At the playground of my child's school, there's a piece of wood at the slide.
Esto lo he traído ya 2 veces con ellos y no han hecho nada, no me responden. La primera vez sí fue respondidas con la opción de decir que no habían escuchado nada del distrito que se iba a hacer.
I haven't received a reply. In the beginning, I did get a reply that they haven't heard from the district regarding what's going to be done about it.
Otra cosa también, que no se les olvide que si en el distrito escolar tenemos lo que dice where the child comes first, pues entonces hay que emplearlo porque también quiero traer a la mesa lo que sucedió hace un año cuando quitaron el programa de los niños de alto funcionamiento de autismo.
I also want to mention how you have where the child comes first, and they removed the program for the children with autism.
Y también hacerles saber que las personas que hicieron esto posible ya no están y el daño que dejan cuando se van. Ellos son puestos en otras escuelas, van y aplican, son rehire, mientras que los hijos de nosotros en el distrito que se quedan en desventaja, porque si nosotros como padres no hacemos nada para evitar los recortes en ciertos programas.
the people that were running this program are no longer part of the district, and we as parents are concerned because the children
Que los niños se quedan sin estos programas
are missing out. They're left without this
y nadie
program,
pelea porque
and no one is
tengan
fighting
otros.
for them to have other programs.
Okay, I speak English, but sometimes I get mixed up with the Spanish. But I just want to take one more. I want to say one thing in English so that way you guys know what I'm coming from. I want to make sure that the same way they take away, they replace it. Don't take away one program or any other specific what we're gonna call like help that they need just based on we call it high functional because if this has happened to kids with high functioning, what is gonna happen with the kids that are on levels that are learning and disabilities? We want to make sure that this one you guys take care of these programs and don't just get rid of them, because if you guys did it or you guys allow to happen, it can happen to the rest of the kids. Make sure that you guys put the kids like you guys maintain where the child's come first. Let's do that. Let's think about it. And of course, we want the cameras. We want you guys to take serious consideration about cameras in the special education, like they mentioned, like a pilot. Let's try it. We don't want to fight. We're not here to tell you, things that is gonna better their life. Like Miss Ashley said, they can come to us and say how was their day. They can say my day was like this. I fell. I got hit. I had a bad day. It's thinking about their needs and what they deserve, where the child comes first. Just don't forget that. Thank you.
The school. What is
Susana Lopez. Eisler.
Gracias, señora López. Up next, we have Adriana Gutierrez.
Hola, muy buenas tardes, mesa directiva y superintendente.
Good evening, Board of Directors and Superintendent.
Soy madre de un estudiante que tiene una IEP
I'm a parent of a child that has an
y está
IEP.
en clase general.
He's in general ed.
En primer punto,
The first point,
es apoyo la iniciativa de la señora Ashley
I support the initiative of Miss Ashley
de tener cámaras en los salones de educación especial.
of having cameras in the classrooms for special ed.
Hace un año,
A year ago,
mi hijo sufrió retaliación.
my son suffered retaliation.
Puse quejas de UCP
I put a complaint of UCD
y no se resolvió nada.
and nothing was resolved.
No hubo testigos
There were no witnesses
porque nadie va a querer perder su trabajo.
because nobody wants to lose their job.
Este es uno de los ejemplos
This is one of the examples
en que muchos de nuestros estudiantes de educación especial
where many of our students in special ed
están siendo violentados.
are suffering violence.
Tengo un grupo de madres especiales
I have a group of parents of
y
special kids,
es muy triste escuchar
and it's sad to hear
cuántas veces tus hijos llegan
how many times the children arrive
a su casa
home
con golpes,
with bruises,
con rasguños
scratches,
y no son verbales.
and they're not verbal.
Gracias a Dios mi hijo pudo decirme la situación,
Thank God my son was able to tell me the
pero fue
situation.
después de las fechas cuando pasaron los incidentes.
But it was after the dates that the incidents took place.
Pudimos resolver algunas cosas
We were able to resolve some of the
gracias
things
al apoyo de la señora Brooke,
thanks to the support of Miss Brooke.
pero si yo no hubiera seguido abogando,
But if I wouldn't keep defending,
el
advocating,
futuro de mi hijo sería incierto.
my son's future would be uncertain.
Es por eso que esta iniciativa de tener cámaras
That's why this initiative of having cameras
es bueno
is good,
porque es para protección del personal,
because it's for the protection of the staff,
para la tranquilidad de los padres
for the peace of mind of the
y
parents,
para la seguridad e integridad de nuestros niños.
for security and integrity of our children.
En segundo punto,
Second point,
ahorita ya se resolvió con la señora Brooke,
right now we resolve with Miss Brooke,
pero yo soy una persona muy persistente.
but I'm a very persistent person.
Yo vengo abogando desde abajo
I have been advocating from the
con
bottom
directivos,
with directives,
el siguiente paso,
the next steps,
hasta llegar al superintendente.
until I arrived to the superintendent.
El año pasado,
Last year,
para mí fue fácil de acceder
for me, it was easy to access
al superintendente,
the superintendent,
tener una reunión.
have a meeting.
Pero en este año
But this year,
vine 3 ocasiones al distrito,
I came to the district on 3
vinieron
occasions.
a tomar notas,
They took notes,
pero nunca pude tener acceso al
but I
superintendente.
never obtained access to the
Necesitamos
superintendent.
que tenga una secretaria que sea bilingüe,
We need him to have a secretary that's bilingual,
porque solamente venían, tomaban notas alguien en español,
because only they would come and take notes, somebody that spoke Spanish.
pero si hubiera venido solamente una vez,
But if I only would have come once,
no hubiera habido ninguna intervención.
there would have been no intervention.
En tercero,
Third,
en tercer punto,
third point,
llevo 3, 4 años
I have 3 or 4 years
asistiendo a las juntas del CAC.
been attending the meetings of CAC.
Los últimos 2 años han tenido un cambio
Last 2 years, they've had change,
favorable,
favorable change.
pero aún así
But even so,
he participado
I have participated
cuando piden puntos para,
when,
para crear el plan anual,
when they ask for points in creating the annual plan,
donde pedimos inclusión,
where we ask for inclusion,
aceptación,
acceptance,
que se hagan eventos,
that they do events,
así como se hacen noches de literatura,
just like they do
noches
literacy nights,
noches de matemáticas.
nights for math.
Necesitamos que toda la comunidad
We need the whole community
acepte
to accept
e integre a nuestros niños especiales.
and integrate our special students.
De nada sirve
It's useless
un evento
to have an event
donde los niños de educación especial
where the special education
vuelven
students
a ser segregados.
are segregated again.
¿Qué están aprendiendo nuestros niños de educación especial?
What are our children in special ed learning?
Que un evento de olimpiadas solamente sea para esos padres de educación especial
That an event for Olympics is only for special ed parents?
es una forma de seguir segregándonos.
It's a way to continue segregating us.
Esta es una oportunidad
This is an opportunity
para que los de educación general
for those in general education
aprendan que hay diferentes formas,
to learn the different ways,
diferentes habilidades
different abilities
de llegar a una meta.
to approach a goal.
Estas son oportunidades
These are opportunities
de participación de toda la comunidad,
for participation of the whole community,
porque nosotros como madres de educación especial o de niños con diagnóstico nos educamos,
because we as parents with students with diagnosed with special needs educate ourselves.
pero la comunidad también necesita conocer de nuestros niños.
But the
Gracias.
community also needs to know our children. Thank you.
Gracias, señora Gutierrez. Up next, we have Ms. Pam Bauer.
Don't say that.
It would be funny, I'd laugh. But I wouldn't want to do it. Good evening. The first thing I want to just quickly comment on is renaming Chavez School. Anybody who's been around when I was on the school board, I totally opposed naming any school against anybody who's still alive, only dead people. I really do, I really believe that strongly. And of the choices that you did at the last meeting of Helen Chavez or Cisse Puede, although, you know, I think catchy, but I always liked Cisse Puede, you know, like, yes, you can. And that's generic for everybody, but it still fits in with the concept of how you want to still work with farm workers and everything. So if we have just those two choices, and like I said, I almost can't believe I'm saying it because I always like people like Katherine Johnson would have been my first choice. But anyway, I would go with Cisse Puede. It's generic, it still covers that subject that you wanted, and it follows my personal rule about no live people, only dead ones. So anyway, I know you're going to talk about it tonight, and I wish you luck with your decision because it's going to be a hard one no matter what you do. And then secondly, I'm here representing our foundation for better or worse, they elected me president for one more year. And I forgot to get this earlier, so I made this up. And it's a save the date. You know, we've been doing the Black Angus fundraisers. And thank you. And so the first Wednesday of every month between now and including December, go to Black Angus, lunch, dinner, makes no difference, dine in, take out. In fact, the last 2 times I just picked it up and brought it home. Although I prefer to eat there because it's less of a mess at home. But anyway, if you do it on the first Wednesday and you say, I want proceeds of this to go to the BCSD Ed Foundation, depending on how many people do that and the gross, we will get up to 20% of the sales donated to the foundation. And our money primarily is used for Camp Keep, and kids need to go to Camp Keep. I mean, we have a lot of kids in this town, don't even get out of Bakersfield, let alone to the beach. And it's, having gone with my 6th graders many years, it's a wonderful opportunity. And then we also fund teacher grants, technology, chess games, reading, to stimulate reading, among other things. But we have to have money to do that. So anytime, if you think about it, and you go to Black Angus, first Wednesday of the month, tell them that you're doing this for the foundation, and we will get a percentage of the profits to go to the kids and the classrooms. Thank you, and good luck with your decisions.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer.
What time is it? 2 hours.
Up next, we have Barbara Ibarra.
Good evening, members of the board. Tonight you have the historic opportunity to lift a monumental local leader out of the shadows of history and give her the independent recognition she earned right here in our valley. She was born Helen Fabella in Brawley, California, and raised in McFarland, where she labored in the fields. Helping to support her family after her father's passing, she left high school after the 10th grade, witnessing firsthand the injustices faced by farm workers. It was a reality that became central to her life's work. She married in 1948, and they built a middle-class life in Los Angeles, but always talked about organizing farm workers. In 1962, the family moved to Delano. Helen knew it would be a sacrifice, with 8 children and no money coming in. That's actually the reason Delano was chosen. Her sisters, Teresa and Petra, live there, and there would be days she would need support. When asked about starting the union, she is quoted as saying, "I approve 100% because I knew what it was like to be out in the fields." After their savings ran out, she once again returned to toil in the fields to support her own family. She wanted the organizing to continue for the people who she felt needed help. She was a woman committed to a dream that became a movement. She was quiet, did not seek attention for her work, but was fiercely determined and committed. Helen held deep convictions and faith. In 1965, they debated whether to join a grape strike begun by Filipino workers. In her no-nonsense way, she settled the debate by asking, "Are we a union or not?" This was the impetus for the start of the United Farm Workers Union. Soon she was arrested for yelling Wilgon picket lines. She kept a punishing schedule. She got up early to make breakfast, made it to picket lines before dawn, and managed the Farm Workers Credit Union for over 25 years, loaning out more than $20 million, which is equivalent to $100 million today. During pivotal moments in the UFW's early organizing, Helen managed finances, organized picket lines, balanced home life, and kept infrastructure running. Despite her quieter public profile, she ensured the movement had staying power, even when resources were scarce and opposition was fierce. She was a co-architect of the struggle and a strategist in the fields, a leader in her own right. Her legacy reminds us that power doesn't always shout. It often sustains in steady and unrelenting action. Education was a value at the core of her ethos, and although her circumstances didn't allow for her to continue hers in a formal setting, she educated many women in banking and finance. In 2023, on what would have been her 95th birthday, the first annual Helen Fabella Chavez Legacy Breakfast was held at MNC Inspiring Success. Money raised established a scholarship fund for college students. We have just awarded our 4th cohort of students this year. To date, her fund has awarded $80,000 to first-generation college students. In a rare interview, Helen said, "It's true, if you are going to help someone, do it because you want to, not because you are going to receive thanks or praise." That's who my grandmother was. I respectfully ask each of you for your vote tonight to rename the campus Helen Chavez Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ibarra. Up next, we have Stephanie Holiday.
Good evening, President, board members, and superintendent. My name is Stephanie Holiday, and I am a teacher at Cesar Chavez Elementary and a member of the school renaming committee. I am speaking tonight because I believe the renaming process should remain true to the community input that the board invited and the committee was tasked with reviewing. When community members were asked to submit recommendations, they were told that names could reflect either the farm worker movement or agriculture. The committee then spent 2 meetings reviewing those submissions, applying board policy 300.34 and narrowing the community's nominations to a final list for board consideration. The committee's role was not to create new names. Our responsibility was to evaluate the names submitted by the public and identify those that best aligned with board policy, the school's identity, and the information provided to us. That is why I am concerned by the recent discussions surrounding names that received little or no community support. If the goal is to honor the voices of our community, then the names brought forward by the community should remain at the center of this process. I am also concerned about the inconsistency between the information provided to the public and the expectations later expressed by the board. Many community members participated based on the invitation they received. If additional parameters existed, they were not clearly communicated through the nomination process. As a result, the committee worked faithfully within the submissions we received. I would also encourage the board to consider whether another individual's name is truly the best path forward. The resolution adopted by the board speaks of honoring the farm worker movement and the power of people working together to achieve dignity, respect, and progress. Those achievements belong not to one person, but to thousands of workers and families whose sacrifices helped build this community. A name that reflects the community, the region, and the agricultural heritage of the area recognizes those collective contributions and avoids placing the legacy of many on the shoulders of a single individual. I respectfully ask the board to reconsider the names currently being discussed and select a name that honors both the community's input and the spirit of the board's own resolution. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Holiday. Up next, we have Lila Perez. Ms. Perez. I have you for beta negotiations.
Talk about whatever you want.
Okay. I would like to honor the indigenous ancestors of this region by acknowledging that we are all living and working on Yokat land. My ask in action is that we all be caretakers of the water and the land. Good afternoon, Honorable School Board, Superintendent Aguilera Fort, staff, and the community. My name is Lila Perez, a kindergarten dual immersion kinder teacher at Harris Elementary, and it starts with me, and I'm here today as a Beta Voice and Ethnic Minority at Large Director, and as an advocate for dual immersion students and families at Harris Elementary. First, I'm here to say, please, it's time to move on with negotiations. Be fair, be respectful, be inspired to do what is right for more than 1,800 teachers who make a difference at 43 school sites and community school, and close to 28,000 students at the largest, for those who don't know, we are the largest elementary school district in the state of California. Considering the significant economic shifts and the rising cost of living that our teachers are currently facing within our BCSD community, such a minimal increase fails to address the financial realities and needs of our teachers. Teachers have an unwavering commitment to their students. I know that some of the board members are educators and understand what I'm saying because you two go above and beyond. You two go above and beyond the walls of your classroom because you're here as community leaders. Please do what is just and what is right and fair. Thank you. And at this note, I'm going to segue because I had to talk another topic at another time,
Okay.
but I just want to squeeze this one in since I have a little extra time. I want to give kudos to the summer program. I'm doing summer school at Sarah Middle School, and they have done an absolutely great job in the curriculum and the slides that they're doing. I'm a kinder teacher, and I'm doing 7th and 8th grade, and everything's there for me. So the only job I had to do as a kinder teacher is build that relationship with 7th and 8th grade, which is a different world. But I just wanted to give kudos to the Mrs. Santillana's staff. They did a great job. The music teacher and the integration slides, so much fun at 7th and 8th grade. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. You can stay up there. You're next for the dual immersion. We're gonna give her 3 more minutes on this topic.
Okay. I can go, because I thought I only had 3 minutes for the whole thing. Okay. Okay, I want to introduce, here I am. So my next advocacy is I'm here to advocate for dual immersion. That's my passion, that's my love. That's why I started, I won't say how many years ago, teaching it in bilingual ed at Harris Elementary. I was a second language learner. So I know it's there, it benefits all students. But I'm here because it's long overdue that we have a TK, Transitional Dual Immersion Kindergarten at Harris Elementary. It's been 9 years, going on 10. It's time for Harris to start the TK Dual Immersion. And I don't need to go into the importance of TK. We all know the importance of early education. We have classrooms. We have space. We have 5 classrooms that are used for varied reasons. There's room. And I'm ready to go back to school. If we don't have a DI TK teacher, I'll do it. It makes a difference. Number 2, once again, it's been 9 years since DI at Harris started. And parents were informed 9 years ago that their children would be attending Curran when they went into 7th grade. Well, it didn't happen. Instead, parents had to advocate to keep their DI 6th grade students at Harris Elementary and being sent to Curran. They weren't allowed to continue. They weren't going to be allowed to continue as 6th graders at Harris, and they were going to go to Curran to 6th grade. Well, that changed. Parents advocated. They came and spoke to the board, and they said, oh, yep, they can stay at 6th grade at Harris. However, when they get to 7th grade, they're going to have to go to Stern. 10 to 12 miles for families to drive. Families who have children at other schools, at Harris Elementary, that's a big deal. I know that there are 2 current teachers that have BLAT and BCLAT authorizations at current. I don't know the behind the scenes. I don't know if there's teachers that don't have credentials. I don't know the back information, but I know we need to do a better job at finding those teachers to expand the program at Curran. And if we have a new leader at Curran, oops, she left, darn. Advocate with her. We can do it, working together. So let's be a stellar DI district. Let's be the #1 in the county. Let's be the #1 in the state, implementing the best dual immersion programs for our students and our families. I want to thank the board, the school board, and the leadership. And please prioritize the hardworking teachers in the decision-making in dual immersion and in our bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Moving on to number 6, the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on Tuesday, June 9, 2026. I need a motion.
I move to approve. This is Chris.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I just wanted to double check. We had gotten an email from Ms. Perez about some
Yes, it's on
misspellings.
page 8. There's some
But it got
misspelling.
corrected?
Si se puedo elementary school instead of si se puede. It hasn't been yet corrected, so we need to amend it with a correction and then approve it.
Yeah, so we would need to,
We need to vote down the motion we just made.
you have to put down the motion we just made and then vote with the new. I'll make the next, or, so, we,
You want to
when you
ask for
vote
an
no,
amendment?
I thought we were, I thought we went down this road.
We can do it with, I can do it with fixing the spelling of.
Okay, so this is Chris Boone. My motion is to approve the minutes except for the typo on page 8 to be corrected.
Yes.
And do you still
And then
second?
You still
I
second?
still second that amended motion.
Okay, no discussion on this? I'll do a roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, I'm a yes. Okay, we're all set on that. Up next, we have report of district organizations, California School Employees Association, CSEA, Ms. Dinah May. She's not here today? Oh. Okay.
The door was closed and I have friends. I used to work at La Paz with Paul Chavez, and Anthony Chavez was my boss too at the radio station. So, and then I mentioned in the past that my dad was a strong United Farm Workers Labor member. So thank you. Anyway, moving on. Okay, so superintendent and members of the board, there are only a few items I would like to bring up before you tonight. Usually we think of summer, we think of vacations, time off, getaways. Things should slow down because it's summer. Few students on campus, few employees on site, and fewer labor issues. However, that has not been the case. We continue to hold labor management meetings twice a month. We are working on the ratification of 2 MOUs. The first one would change the classified evaluation cycle from A through M and N through Z to A through L and M through Z. The second MOU would continue the chapter president work hours of 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. with a 30-minute lunch, so she can continue conducting union business from the union office. That way I don't get home at 10 o'clock, I get home at 9 o'clock. Unfortunately, the MOU regarding contracting out aid services was not approved by the membership yesterday. As a result, we will need to continue discussions on this matter. Recently, Human Resources presented us with a new classified job description for a mobile health unit driver custodian. This employee will be responsible for driving the new mobile health unit to various sites for immunizations, wellness visits, and resource fairs. The negotiations team reviewed the extensive job description and identified several concerns. We will be meeting with Human Resources to seek clarification and discuss possible revisions. Lastly, I would like to report that our monthly meetings with the superintendent are continuing as scheduled. However, the July meeting has been canceled due to calendar conflicts and vacations. On a positive note, Cato Fletcher, there was an issue with, I call it the Cato Fletcher issue, has been resolved. The 2 nutrition assistants will get paid working out of class when they stepped in while the kitchen manager was out on leave all year. They will get paid working out of class. Also, the CPALs at Williams Elementary will get paid out for the contract violation of only being given a 10-minute break when the CECA contract states they are to be given a 15-minute break. Before I go, I'd like to give you a quick update on my flat tire incident. Jack in the Box last board meeting. Jack in the Box paid for one brand new tire, replacing the flat tire, and I paid for the other 3. Apparently, they all needed to be replaced. So, but it's okay. My truck has brand new tires all the way around, thanks to Jack in the Box. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. Up next, we have, number 2, Laborers International Union of North America, LIUNA, Mr. Bob Boyd. And he is not here. And up next, we have Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, Beta, Mr. Comstock.
Good evening. I promise to be short and cordial tonight. I just want to say we're right before summer. It's the last meeting before for the end of the 2025-2026 school year. So I want to end it on something positive and say I'm really happy about the positions that we filled at Curran and Fletcher. I thought you guys made some great choices, and I really appreciate that. And I wanted to formally say congratulations to Assistant Superintendent, not interim, Mike Havens. I think that's another great choice and fits the team very well. It's my hope that we can find common ground to finish off bargaining, because it is, we've never gone this long before, but we're ready to go whatever distance it takes. So everybody have a great summer, and we'll see you in August, I guess, since there is no March or July meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Comstock. We will move on to board member comments, and we have Ms. Malley going on first.
So we're well into summer now, and I hope everyone is able to take some time to enjoy a restful and well-deserved break. I did have the opportunity to visit a few of our summer school camp programs, and it was incredibly encouraging to see the energy and engagement across the sites. One of our audience members had the privilege of going to his classroom. They're making some beautiful birdhouses. The class sizes were just right. They were small enough to support individual attention, but large enough to foster collaboration. Students were clearly having fun while also learning, which is exactly what we hope to achieve in our summer programming. We want the students to want to be there. There was a strong sense of curiosity and excitement in the classrooms and activity spaces. I did see some beautiful artwork created, and the sewing was really cool too. I forgot to mention that. Students were expressing themselves. It was also exciting to observe coding kits being assembled and used, showing how hands-on STEM learning can be integrated. The variety of field trip options also stood out as well, offering students meaningful opportunities to extend their learning beyond the classroom. Bus transportation has also been incredibly helpful, making it easier for students to access these opportunities and participate consistently. So overall, the programs reflected a great balance of enrichment, creativity, fun, providing students with a memorable and worthwhile summer experience. So I just wanted to thank everyone who made that possible and helped ensure that the students had a safe, supportive place to be this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malley. Up next, we have Mr. Egger.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of things. I want to thank the parents from Eisler School that have reached out to me, provided information, provided their concerns, and I have forwarded that on to the superintendent. And I appreciate you advocating for your children, and I respect that. And you know, parents need to advocate for their children, and you should always feel very comfortable to come up and speak here or email us or call us, because you are, our students are our children that are what we're here for. And I appreciate that from those parents at Eisler. Another thing is, last week, after 2 years of saying I want to go fishing, the kids got to go fishing. You know, finally. Nobody drowned. Nobody got wet. You know, yeah, one kid did put a finger through his finger, but that was okay. He just like, I think I got it, you know. But going and seeing those children fishing out there and seeing the engagement, they all had fishing poles. They received a fishing hat, a fishing vest. I mean, they were all ready. They went up to Bright Lake, up above to Hatchapee, and it was just so exciting to see those kids just being there. No, none of them caught anything, but it didn't matter. And, you know, I told them, I said, now, what you have to do now is go back to your friends and tell them what they missed. And so when next year comes along and they, you know, think about going to summer camp, then they'll remember they got to go fishing. Also today, a group of students are at Disneyland, where they're going behind the scenes and the Magiteers at, I think it's Small World, that they're going back, having a class where they go behind the scenes. On Thursday, they're going to Knott's Berry Farm, where they go for a couple of hour class and they learn about roller coasters behind the scenes. So the opportunities that we're giving our students that have never had the opportunity like this, it's just thrilling to see that it can be done. And I thank everybody, because Sherry, all of you that had your hand in part of this, because you know, it took everybody. It took a village with the busing and the, you know, food service for the lunches. And I know that those children today at Disneyland, and probably a lot of them had never been to Disneyland, you know, just that excitement to see that. You know, as I saw the fishing, and I'm just so glad that our district gave those children that experience. And that's our job, you know, to give those kids that ability to dream and enjoy something that they're not used to. But I thank the staff and everybody that had their hand into making that happen. And like I went to a meeting with the cabinet the day after, and they said, okay, you can gloat now. And I said, well, you know, I've been talking about this for 2 years, so my final gloat is right now. But I thank everybody who participated in making that happen for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eggert. There's a couple things I wanted to share. Our wellness centers are providing physical exams for our 8th graders. Well, our graduated, promoted is the right word. Kiddos that are in high school, and they're willing to do the physicals at our BCSD wellness centers. That way, when they start the school year at the current high school district or wherever it is that they're going for high school, they don't have to miss school, right? We talk about attendance being important and not missing. So give them a call. Our wellness centers have availability even on the same day. As long as they were a BCSD student, they can get that physical done, and they fill out all the forms and up to date on the shots or any immunizations that we're missing, right, Ms. Orozco?
Correct.
Also, every summer there's all these backpack giveaways, haircuts, and tennis shoes and all this stuff. And I already hear about so many potential dates out there in the community with many different organizations. And as soon as I get that information, I will be sharing it with the district so they can push it out on Parent Square. Just because we're on vacation doesn't mean that all the problems stop in our neighborhoods and in the barrio with our kids, right? Also, I wanted to thank the staff for implementing like such a robust summer school program. This morning, I actually got to see Miss Santiana out there with the kids and staff, making sure the kids got on the bus and the medicine and all that stuff. It's a lot of work. It sounds easy, oh, we're just loading some kids up in a bus, but there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. And thank you for being here tonight. I know you wanted to be at Disneyland, Miss Santiana. And as we close the school year, I want to honestly wish everybody a relaxing summer, and remember self-care. Nobody else is going to take better care of you than you yourself. Take some time to turn off your phone and just disconnect from everything. Go get a physical. Go get a massage. Go to the dentist. Go get new glasses. You know, sometimes we wait until the last minute to do anything for us because we're always worried about everybody else. You got to start being a little bit selfish. Also, I had the opportunity to learn about the plans for staffing, and I want to appreciate our leadership team, Ms. Gladden, Mr. Havens, and Ms. Orozco. You guys are like the other captains of this big old ship, and I want to tell you publicly that I appreciate you guys. We'd be lost. I appreciate your work, and remember self-care this summer. Get away. Thank you. Up next, we have Mr. Fuentes.
Cool. No comment from me. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Dr. Chris.
For those of you who've never been to a board meeting before, I was challenged by some kids at Williams School to read 100 books. I'm only on book 42. This month I'm reading the Dungeon Crawler Carl series. I'm on book 4. It's so good. Princess Posse for life. I'm totally addicted. If you've read the books, that's funny to you. I wanted to apologize. Well, first I wanted to thank not just the speakers tonight. There were some great speakers, especially Ashley, Susanna, and Andrina. Moms of children with disabilities, that is a full-time career, a 24-hour-a-day career. And making the time to come here and advocate, like, it means so much to us as a board that you're making that time as well to share with us what's going on. But also, between now and the last board meeting, I got so many emails and phone calls. Y'all make me feel really popular, so thank you. I did want to mention, I'm sorry, but I've taken a break from social media. I'm not on social media at all, so if you need to reach me, like, send me an email at my district email, or, like, I'm not hiding from anybody. Like, all my contact information is on my personal website. You can Google me, but you can't find me that way. But, like, I had lots of people who didn't agree with me over the last couple of weeks have email exchanges and phone calls back and forth. And they were robust and they were meaningful and they really gave me pause. And it made me so grateful for this community that we're a part of, not just for the folks who came tonight, but for the folks that, like, that individually reached out to me and were willing to have a conversation. That being said, today was the funeral of my Thea, and I have not responded to any emails I got today. So your response is coming. Usually I'm very good at responding that day, but I did not respond to any emails today. The last thing, well, and the other speakers, like, thank you to Barbara Ibarra. I don't know where you came from, but that was a really beautiful speech, and a lot of things that I didn't know. So thank you for that. Always, Ms. Perez, like, we really do listen to you. Thank you for everything you share with us. You're such a well of wisdom. And to our, like, our union folks, like, they, you know, they're off, they don't have to be here in the summer either, and they come because they care. So it means a lot to us to get those messages. So thanks for everybody who came and spoke. And I agree, my nieces, I promised them I will let them know that they strongly approve of the Girl Scout camp that they are doing for summer school. And they keep inviting me, and I'm like, I have to ask someone before I just show up. But I will take an opportunity to go see them there. But thank you so much for all the work that the team is doing there. And thank you guys so much for being here tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. Up next, we have our superintendent, Dr. Carlene Aguilera Ford.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, buenas noches, everyone. We didn't talk before, but my comments were connected to summer school, so I will be repeating the same thing if I speak about it. So I put those comments aside. The one thing that I just want to highlight is that Ms. Santillan's team plans this summer program as soon as we finish this summer. So this takes an entire year of planning and connecting with people and connecting with providers. Another key piece of that program is this year, the team made sure that every single student that wants to participate in the program will have access. And when I say every single student, regardless learning abilities, regardless learning differences, regardless learning styles, will have and do have access to our summer programs, differentiated based on the uniqueness of their learning styles and learning abilities. And that I want to highlight the collaboration between the leadership in the special ed department, educational services, and the Ms. Santillan's team. So they really work throughout the entire year to make sure that every single kid will have access. And this idea of providing what they need is evident if you go and see the programs. That's one piece. The other one, we are closing the board meetings for this school year. We will have a special board meeting, but this is the official closure. And being a new superintendent in a district that I never thought I will be, I must say that I am still in awe with the commitment and the type of work that the staff in the BCSD do every single day. And with that, as we are getting engaged into hiring a lot of new people, meaning into new positions, we are being very thoughtful and mindful about what are the qualities of the people we want to hire and the people we want to be facing our kids every single day, especially at the leadership level. And so we want to make sure that we continue that. And with that, every single input that we get from parents, we listen to these. We may not be able to do exactly what you're asking us to do, and we have to be honest about that. There are 3 pieces that I always ask the team. Is that legal? And then if pass the test of legality and regulations, then the next one, does that make sense? Is that doable? And connected to that, are we in the realms of ethics and responsibility? If we pass this test, then we go to the next one. What is the evidence that we have about certain claims? What is the data connected to it? Are we talking about a massive number of people? Are we talking about 2, 3 people? Every single statement is valid. Every single experience is valid, even if it is one. And at the same time, we may not respond in the way people want us to respond, but there is a response. There is a follow-up. There is a discipline taken, which we cannot share with other people, because that's protected information. The reason I'm making these statements today, it is because we want you to know that this team takes the input and the perspective of the community very seriously. And above all, this group of people that you have here, and I'm not saying this because I'm trying to protect my job. That's not the main thing for me. However, you want people more rooted into the meaning of what is Bakersfield City, and then Bakersfield City School District are these 5 board members. So they do not allow us to just ignore things. So we want you to know that we do not ignore, that we follow up and we respond. And we will provide the info that we can, within the legal bounds, provide. There will be others that you will hear us to say, we have taken actions. We may not be able to discuss those actions because that is about people. And we don't disclose people's information to anyone. As you wouldn't like any information related to you, to your child, to be exposed. And that's the same with the staff. So with all of that, thank you. We'll continue working next year. We'll continue figuring out how to get better at it so that this wonderful group of people that you see here will continue serving your child. And please continue sending your child every single day. Just count the hours that they miss if they don't come. Multiply those hours by days. Multiply those days by months. And multiply those months by a year. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Carly. Up next, we have Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Mr. Havens.
Oh. My apologies. It is my pleasure and my honor to ask the board for the approval of the contract and appointment of Mr. Mike Havens as the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources in the Bakersfield City School District.
This is Dr. Chris Cruzman, so moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Woohoo! Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Welcome on board, sir.
Congratulations.
We owe you flowers. Or a cactus plant, but we're gonna check the next time. Moving on to number 4, renaming of Cesar E. Chavez Elementary School. It is recommended that the Board of Education discuss and select a final name for Cesar E. Chavez Elementary School. I want to start off by thanks to everyone who took the time to attend tonight's meeting and share your thoughts, opinions, and feelings regarding the renaming of the school. We appreciate your participation and your commitment to our community. I would like to clarify that the district staff followed the process outlined in board policy. That process included gathering input from students, families, staff, and community members and sharing that information with the board for consideration. As outlined in board policy, the final decision regarding the naming of the school rests with the governing board. While board members may have different opinions and perspectives, decisions are ultimately made by a majority vote of the board. Tonight, the board will engage in an open, respectful, and thoughtful discussion before taking action. Once the discussion has concluded, we will move forward with the vote. Thank you again for your participation and for sharing your voices with us. I would like now to open the floor for board discussion. I respectfully ask that all board members allow one another the opportunity to speak. And I will start off with Mr. Fuentes.
Well, I really didn't want to start this conversation. Okay, Laura, thank you. I want to first talk about the idea that I proposed at our last meeting. I want to clarify that I hope it didn't seem from my ad-lib haphazard speech that I came up with the idea myself. The idea was taken from community feedback. It has been pointed out many times that that idea actually didn't make it onto our survey, but I mean, I wish I could show you all the emails and phone calls and text messages that I've gotten of community members, grassroots organizations advocating for the name that I did propose. So I did want to clarify that. I also wanted to clarify that I absolutely do respect the work of the committee. That was your time, and what you did going through all of those names was work that I do respect. I also believe that the board should be considering something that did honor and does honor the farm worker history that the original decision made. Our job, I believe, is to rename this school in light of the circumstances, not to change the spirit of that school. I'll stop right there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Mr. Egger?
Yes, thank you. You know, I know when we exchanged names at the last board meeting, I chose not to bring a name forward because I want to get more input from the public, and I received that. You know, and I go back to the committee and the purpose of the committee, and let's go back, the purpose of naming that school original. The name of that school originally was supposed to be Mace Marin Elementary. The name of the street was Mace Marin Elementary, and that was the name that was brought forward. And I still support a non-person name. I've always advocated for that. It doesn't really, you know, alive or dead, that's not the issue. But, you know, in today's world, it becomes so politicized and politically correct or not correct. It doesn't undermine the person's contribution to the community, but it just, we look at other districts in this community, which their policy states, we don't name it after a person. I brought this up a year ago, asking, let's look at this policy when we don't have anything that is pending, and let's change that where we don't we look at not naming it after a person. And of course, it didn't go over, and I respect that. But I look at now that we're dealing with this, I appreciate what the committee came up with. I respect their decisions. And just like many times in our district that we put together a committee, ask for the community's input, and then the board does what they want. And I think that's totally disrespectful to those community members that came forward with their time. And as I said, I still stay to my feelings on not naming a school after a person. And, you know, and I know it has been mentioned, but, you know, we did receive a letter from the United Farm Workers yesterday regarding Te Se Puede, you know, where it's a registered trademark and that we're not allowed to use it. So, you know, that wasn't mentioned, but I just, to, you know, put that out there, that it was what we're being ignoring it. But, you know, the United basically said a cease and desist. You don't have the authority to use that. And I respect that. They're right. They have a trademark and stuff. But I just don't and will keep to my word where I will not support a naming that school after a person. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eggert. Up next, Dr. Chris.
So I have 4 points. The first is I do want to apologize. I am the person who made the motion to end the dialogue at our last meeting. I did so because there seemed to be enough consensus on the dais to move forward, and I didn't want us to spend an hour going round and round. But I think going round and round and having a deeper conversation might have felt better to the public, and might have even felt better to us. And it was not my intention to silence anyone or make them feel unheard. I thought I was being efficient, and this is like totally CCD. Many times I think that I'm being sufficient by making a motion, and other people feel slighted by me moving us on too quickly. So, and I don't say that to minimize what I did. I say it to admit that like it's a behavior that I'm personally working on, and I did not want anyone to feel unseen by my motion. So I apologize if you felt that way, and I personally take responsibility for that choice. The second thing I want to say is I am who I am. I deeply love this community. I deeply love coming from a place where our farm worker history is so rich and so deep. The civil rights movement epicenter was here in this county, and I am deeply proud of that. And I've never lied about being deeply proud of that. When I was elected, when I have sat on this dais, I've always been authentic that is true to who I am. So I don't want to lie and say that that's not true. And there were some arguments that I received in emails the last couple days that there were agricultural names like Citrus Grove, Harvest Valley, Mesa Marin. As my colleague said, those talk about the farm. They describe the place. They don't honor the farm worker. But to me, a more apt metaphor is the name Citrus Grove, Harvest Valley, Mesa Marin. Calling those honoring farm workers is like calling Taco Bell Mexican food. Like I can understand the comparison, but it's not the same. So I'm proud of that labor movement, and that is what I sought to honor, and I always understood it through that vein. But I want to move on to my third point, which is a lot of folks that I spoke with the last week felt like both myself and the board haven't been listening. And I want to start by saying I haven't advocated for my personal heroes. Larry Italong is my personal hero. Pete Parra, who originally named the school and is a giant in this community, personal hero. Dolores Huerta is one of my heroes. I've never advocated for people that I personally feel compelled to advocate for, because instead I was listening to the dialogue. And I know it feels like, well, the community voted on something, why didn't we pick the thing that had the most votes? We went through so many iterations. We listened to the presentation, we listened to each other, we listened to the emails, we listened to the community voices, both on and off this dais. It's been an ongoing, evolving process back and forth. And it has been so much listening, and I've been so transformed by this process, I think more than any other vote I've ever had. And so I felt very frustrated by the implication that I wasn't listening, because Miss Ma'am, I didn't say what I really wanted, not a single darn time. Instead, I listened to what people wanted and was trying to be responsive to that. I have to really, say another thing that I was very moved by is Dinah May Jimenez, the president of CSEA. She was at this meeting in May and she told us what she thought at the very first meeting. Every meeting since then, she has spoken to this issue, she has evolved, she has changed, and she has had input on the process. Every single stage as we have evolved, she has evolved and held us accountable. And so I think that for the people who are paying attention, this has been going on since April, and lots of people have been having deep conversations. And I know lots of people aren't happy where we're at with the two choices where we've ended, but that doesn't mean that we got there easily or that we originally had that route determined. There was one other thing. Oh, so I'm gonna be totally straight and say I 100% support it being Helen Chavez. I talked about this in depth at the last meeting. I think from a pragmatic standpoint, it's a lot less confusing for kids if the last name stays the same. From a not pragmatic standpoint and a deep pride, I'm looking at the article that we were just given by Barbara Ibarra, and what stood out to me was that she was an early leader and a matriarch of the movement. I want to name our school after a matriarch of the movement, of the farm workers. Moments like this are why I wanted to serve on this board. And I am so proud we're having this conversation tonight. And thank you to everyone who's been a part of it.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. Up next, we have Ms. Malley.
This is a tough decision. I do also want to thank the members of the naming committee for the time and effort they dedicated to the process. Your work has not been taken lightly, and we have not pushed any of that information aside. As I considered this decision, I kept returning to the purpose that guided the renaming effort from the beginning. So my understanding was that we were seeking a name that would continue to honor the legacy of the farm worker movement and its significance to our community. For me, representation truly matters. We have 44 schools in the Bakersfield City School District. 2 of them are named after Latinos. 2 of them. So getting rid of one of them in a district that's 82% Hispanic, to me, that's not something that I'm willing to do. I would like to take this time just to read to you a little bit more about Helen F. Chavez. 2 weeks ago when I proposed Helen F. Chavez as a recommendation for the school's renaming, I should have provided more context on the background. I saw people in the back, they were like, what's going on, who's that? And who this amazing woman is. So I'm gonna take a couple moments to add to what Barbara already shared with us. Thank you for that earlier too. Helen F. Chavez, 1928 to 2016, was a farm worker, community leader, mother of 8, and advocate for working families. Born to migrant farm worker parents in California, she spent part of her childhood working in the fields and experienced firsthand the challenges faced by agricultural workers and their families. Throughout her life, Helen dedicated herself to improving opportunities for farm workers and helping families achieve greater economic stability. While much of her work occurred outside the public spotlight, her contributions had a lasting impact on thousands of working families across California. One of Helen Chavez's most significant accomplishments was her leadership of the Farm Worker Credit Union. For more than 25 years, she managed the credit union and helped provide agricultural workers and their families with access to savings accounts, affordable loans, and financial resources that were often unavailable to them previously. Under her leadership, the Farm Worker Credit Union provided more than $20 million in loans to farm worker members, helping families build credit, purchase homes, pursue education, and create opportunities for future generations. Helen Chavez was also an important voice within the farm worker movement. During the early years of organizing, she was known for her practical leadership, strong work ethic, and commitment to improving the lives of the working people. Those who knew her described as humble, determined, and deeply dedicated to service. Her life's work reflected a belief that lasting change requires more than advocacy alone. It requires creating real opportunities for families to achieve economic stability, security, and upward mobility. Through her leadership, service, and commitment to others, Helen Chavez helped strengthen communities and expand opportunities for countless families. Naming a school after Helen F. Chavez recognizes a woman whose life exemplified perseverance, service, leadership, and a commitment to creating opportunities for others. It also honors the contributions of farm worker families whose labor has helped shape California and whose children continue to fill our classrooms today within this district. Helen F. Chavez's legacy stands on its own, and she is so much more than somebody's wife. She was a farm worker, a community leader, a financial advocate and a champion for working families whose impact continues to be felt generations later.
Thank you, Ms. Malley. Two things. And I've been thinking about this since our last board meeting. I think it's time for the board to revisit the board policy on the renaming of the school. Maybe the next time the board has to change the name of any school, there should be at least one name that comes from community input. And there has to be at least one name from the committee, the renaming committee. That's something that I've been putting a lot of thinking into. And the second thing is I want to invite Mr. Bonnie Garcia up to the podium so he can clarify to the public the letter that I received from UFW on the renaming of the possibility of Si Se Puede, just for public record. And this is Mr. Bonnie Garcia,
Our legal counsel.
our legal counsel.
Good evening. Yes, we received a letter from the Council for the United Farm Workers Union, basically telling us that we were not entailed to use the phrase "si se puede" unless we purchased a license. We did quick research into what that entailed. It entails a setup fee and an annual charge. And anytime you have the phrase "si se puede," you have to have the little R registered on that. So from a practical perspective, if you choose Si Se Puede, you must engage in the application process with the union to have permission to use that mark, because it's considered a mark. It's been trademarked. It's been registered. So you know, there are a lot of. Personally, I was a huge fan of the phrase. I mean, it seemed to capitalize that, but it does have a lot of practical difficulties, especially with respect to enforcement. The district would be required to very seriously monitor teachers, parents, groups about their use of the title, you know, on hats, on T-shirts, fundraising things. You got to make sure you have the mark, and the administrative details would be pretty onerous. Right? Any questions?
Any questions from the board? None. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
I'm sorry, when did you say the email came? Could you just repeat that for the public as well?
I saw it this morning. It came in last night, so it was a late email, and okay.
As soon as I received it, I sent it over to
I go like,
the district.
great.
And send it over
And
to
actually, I had my colleague say, dude, get on it. We got 3 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. So now I will need a motion to propose the name for the renaming of Cesar Chavez. But from our last board meeting, there was only 2 names on there. So as we heard from council, that's what we'd be dealing with if we go with Si Se Puede. And the other option is Helen Fabela Chavez.
Can I make one more comment before we do that too? I also wanted to agree with you that we should be using the committee's feedback. We don't want anyone to feel like their time is not valuable, but I do think there was a communication breakdown to some extent. I was emailing back and forth with Ms. Holliday earlier today, and I was trying to get to the details of how we got to the position we were in. And I think that as a school board, as a school district, we learn from our mistakes and we don't make them again. Nobody on this board wanted to make anybody feel like they wasted their time, that their voice didn't matter. So I absolutely agree. I actually also agree that probably in the future, we should not be naming any schools after people. This was a rare exception for me. But yeah, I just wanted to say that before we started.
Thank you for adding that, Ms. Malley. Now, did you have a comment?
No, I had a motion. Can I make a motion?
Well, I need a motion to.
This is Chris. I'm honored to move that the Cesar E. Chavez School be renamed.
And else.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you need to say what?
Yeah, Helen F. Chavez Elementary School.
And I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to nominate the name of Mesa Marin Elementary School.
So there's an
You have a motion on the table.
Okay.
right?
We have a motion.
And then if that motion doesn't pass,
But that doesn't give a opportunity to bring another name up.
Well, it can be brought up right now in discussion, and I think that's
you
what this
want,
is.
so
Right.
you can amend the motion. So
Yes.
here is what you will do. I want to amend the motion, and you put the amendment. The board will accept or not your motion, and then you will have
Okay.
the possibility of discussing.
I amend the
Oh,
motion.
oh, there is a legal.
Oh,
All right, your procedure would be for a substitute motion, and it would require a second.
okay. I make a substitute motion that we also put in, decision of, Mace Marin Elementary School.
So one
And
second.
I'm gonna second the motion so you can speak to that motion and we can have a vote on it. So will you explain why you think that we should do that instead of Helena Chavez?
I stated that a half an hour ago, where I still stick to my concern about naming a school after a person.
Okay, so now, Madam President, do we vote on his motion first and then my motion?
Yes, we have to vote on his motion
Okay.
first. And he motioned, you
Yes.
second,
Mhm.
we discussed.
And you're
Well,
voting on
well-
a substitute motion.
Yeah.
One more comment of discussion. I want to echo what Brooke said. I agree that I don't think we should go on naming schools after people, but I believe this is a very different situation in which we are renaming a school. So I just wanted to echo that.
I was reading an article on when the board originally voted on this. Thank you for always doing that for me. I was reading an article on how the board originally voted for this, and I also think it's important to honor that fight that already occurred in the early 90s. So that's another reason for me.
Go be part.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
now you have
so
to
we
vote.
have on the table.
You have a vote on the substitute motion. If you support the motion, you vote yes. If you don't support it, you vote no.
Okay, I'll do roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes, do you support the vote?
Nope.
Mr. Eggers?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
No.
Ms. Malley?
No.
And I myself, Laura, am a no.
Okay? Amendment fails. Now you go back to the original motion.
Which was the motion that was proposed, the name of Helen
F.
F. Chavez. Dr. Chris motioned, Ms. Malley second.
Dr. Malley seconded.
Discussion.
I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's new.
So you got,
So now we have
you got the
discussion.
motion and you got the
Yes.
second.
I'm sorry.
No, this
your
is confusing.
remarks.
No, yeah.
So, any more discussion?
I will
Okay,
say,
I'll do,
okay,
go
so
ahead.
I understand your strong feelings, but I hope that, this is such a extreme circumstance that you would stand with us as a board.
I respect the board.
I'm just saying, I'm
No,
putting my
don't-
hopes out there in the
No,
world.
don't.
I'm just telling you.
No, this is a emotional, and I'm not denying it.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's something that I have said for, do I support whatever the decision the board makes? Yes, I do.
But you're also the biggest union man I know.
I support it. I need, the fundamental reasoning is not naming it after a person.
Okay.
And that's, I'm sorry, I need to stick with that.
No, I
as
respect that.
my-
You've said it since your first meeting.
Right,
get
I
it.
mean, it
No, I
is,
get
it's
it.
like,
I get
you
it.
know, and I know that we need to look at this down the road, and, you know, hopefully we'll be all long gone before this ever has to come up again
No,
in a
but
new school.
before you leave this board, we need to reconsider the policy. I
Right.
think that it's a priority for you that we all
The-
understand and respect and share.
Dr. Chris, can you speak into the microphone?
Oh
so
my gosh, I'm
everybody
so
can hear?
sorry. Did you guys want to hear us bickering?
I don't think we're bickering,
No,
we're
I don't.
having a
I'm just joking.
discussion.
No, it's a good conversation. No, and I feel like if I didn't take this moment to say, as someone who cares about unions as much as I care about unions, this moment means so much to me. I know that you share those same values,
I do.
and that's why I'm not mad if you don't vote with us. I wish it could be unanimous vote because it's such a historic, important moment, but I respect for you why it can't be.
I've made
Yeah.
my opinion known.
Yeah.
I still stand with my opinion, but I am also aware of the importance of us to be united as a board, like we've made many decisions with our superintendent, with other things that, you know, it's a board, it's not one person. But I'm still going to stand my ground, but I still will support the board.
And I appreciate you putting it that way because I just want to make sure that we're still standing together.
Of course, this is,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, as
No,
I
it
said,
means a lot for you to say that.
I think that we will always have the ability to discuss our differences of opinion, no matter what it is. And you know, you and I started that when we started on the board.
We respectfully disagree all the time.
you know, but I respect all of you's opinion, and I listen, and I know that you're listening to me. And so that's exactly why I take this forward to where, okay, I've been heard. You know, it's like, you know, with everybody's feelings about naming it after a person. Okay, we go forward.
Thank you. Any more discussion? I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Sí.
Miss Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Thank you. The board will now take a 5-minute recess. to our meeting. Up next is Assistant Superintendent's Report, Mrs. Laura Orozco.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and all of us here tonight. I do have a few items under my division. The first one is our LCAP federal addendum. And then I also have our local indicators that here in a bit, Mrs. Brooke Streisig will be able to present to us. I also have our LCAP for approval. I have also our SELPA plan for approval, and two other items in readmission for our students and an administrative hearing panel. And just before we continue, I do want to give a shout out and thank Rocio Munoz. That was a huge part in our LCAP. Also Mrs. B. Corral, that she's here tonight, of all the work they put into the LCAP. Yes, it's a lot of work. All of the fiscal team and also all the executive directors, because we all contribute to the actions and the metrics within the LCAP. So I want to just give a shout out to everybody. And also Tina Mendez, she's probably not here, but she also does a lot of our data. And so it takes the whole group of, a whole team to be able to develop this LCAP.
Thank you, Ms. Orozco. With this being said, it is recommended that the LCAP federal amendment be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Moving on to number 3, the LCAP update, local indicators. And Ms. Streisig will be speaking on this?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is our annual review of the local indicators on the dashboard. So the dashboard is most commonly known for all of our state assessments, but there are some areas where we report out as local indicators. So this is the purpose, so that the public can look and just see how we're doing, not just in our test scores, but overall is why the dashboard has been developed. So these are the areas what I'm reporting on tonight. So priority 1, basic services and conditions. Priority 2, implementation of state standards. Priority 3, parent engagement. Priority 6, school climate. And then priority 7, a broad course of study. So the areas that we're looking at if we have met, has the LEA completed and reported for this year, not met, or have they not met for 2 or more years? So that is what we'll be looking at. So basic services, under credentialing of teachers, this only is accounting for our fully credentialed teachers. So just remember the other percentage that we have, which is about 16.7%, those are our teachers that are on provisional credentials. So they are credentialed to be in the classroom and teaching. They're on provisional credentials. Those are typically a lot in our special education classes and also in our single subject classes where they're in high demand. We also look at students having access to aligned materials in Williams through the Williams Act. We have 100% of students have that access. Also, our facilities they have a tool that they use, the self-administered report we call it the FIT. They had 100% as well. Now we're going to look at the implementation of state standards. So this is a survey that we send out to all principals, assistant principals, academic coaches, program specialists, district office support certificated employees to be able to evaluate how we are doing in these areas. Also school leadership teams as well, so they also get the survey. So rating of the progress in professional development. How are we doing with providing professional development in these areas? I can say overall that we did improve with 4s, which is sustaining. We are sustaining our implementation of the professional development we need in these areas. Number 2 is making instructional materials. Again, we have made some gains there, even with our science, as we have more and more materials and teachers are using the science standards and materials. We have 4 sustaining across the board. Or full implementation, I'm sorry, full implementation. And then we also have professional learning. That is definitely a strength, and we are getting ready for our Summer Institute soon. And here we are implemented. And then also making instructional materials that are aligned to the standards, making sure that we have alignment. And again, we are implementing in that area as well. So this is policies and procedures to support the work we do with our standards and our curriculum. And we are making progress in all of those areas. Next area that we report out on is parent engagement. So parent engagement, this is a sampling of some of our our parent committees. And we're looking at what percentage of parents are represented by the school sites, because we would like at least one member from every school. So 81% of parents are represented on the DAC. We have 44% on DAPAC, and on DLAC we have 73.8%. This is the climate survey that the parents fill out. So we have 89.5% of the respondents agree or strongly agree that their child has, that the school has high expectations for their child. 90% strongly agree that they feel like they're invited in decision making. 92% that they have regular opportunities to participate as parents. And 88.9% agree or strongly agree that the school is positive. BCSD schools are positive. Now, this is the school climate that our students take. So this is the student survey that we give them every year. So we took it in February this year. And so we're looking at school connectiveness, caring adult relationships, school perceived as safe, and then also classroom perceived as safe. These are areas that we're always focusing on. So this is overall in all grade levels, 3rd through 8th grade. When you look at this one, we have broken it down by grade spans. In the past, I think you guys as the board have asked for that, so you can kind of see a little bit of a difference. We have improved in feeling safe in the classroom and also improved in feel like they have a caring adult. So those two areas have shown improvement. And also the last one is priority 7. It is about providing a broad course of study. So we do this by our electives, by visual and performing arts, the arts integration teachers that are now even in the elementary schools, dual immersion, project launch, and project lead the way. We also have the career discovery elective that's going to start. And we are constantly looking at what are the students' interests and how can we bring that to the students to be able to give them a broader course of study and access. So as we go through this, we have met all of our requirements. So we will meet those requirements for this year. One of the other requirements is that I report this out annually to the governing board, which I'm doing tonight. And then I enter all of our data into the dashboard by July 30th. So I'm working on that as we speak. So that is also entered for the public to see when they release the dashboard in the fall. And that is all I have. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Streisig. Do any of the board members have a question, comment for Ms. Streisig on this report?
Thank you.
No, thank you. Moving on to number 4, it is recommended that the Local Control and Accountability Plan 2024-2027 be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? I'll do a roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I'm Ms. Laura, I'm a yes. Moving on to number 5. It is recommended that the Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA Annual Budget, Annual Service Plan, and Special Education Local Plan, Section B for the 2026-2027 school year be adopted. It is recommended that the Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA Annual Budget, Annual Service Plan, and Special Education Local Plan, Section B for the 2026-2027 school year be adopted. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
This is Chris, I second.
Any discussion on this? I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Moving on to number 6. It is recommended that the administrative hearing panel's recommendations be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Woo-hoo. I'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Number 7. It is recommended that the administrative hearing panel's recommendations be approved. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Any discussion on this? I'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Moving on to business services, Assistant Superintendent's report, and this is Ms. Gladys. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So tonight, business services agenda is packed with a lot of very important and large items for your consideration. Tonight, we bring forward our health insurance premiums for the next plan year, which begins in October. We're bringing it forward at this time because there is a significant increase in our health premiums, our health premium package next year, about an 11% increase.
Wow.
Higher than we've seen in any recent history that we've had. And so it's important that that be brought forward for our staff members and our employee association groups to have that information and have plenty of time for the planning on that. So that will be for the board's consideration. We also have, I'm just going to introduce all my items and just make it easier.
Okay. No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Can I make? I'd
Can
like
we
to-
let her finish?
I know, but I want to take that on its own.
Oh, yeah, we're not
Please,
gonna
I-
go to as a group. That's why I wanna talk about each one too. You're
Okay,
right. Yeah, you're
because
right.
I want to speak on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, also, we know that we had damage at Stern because there was a vehicle that hit the fire hydrant and flooded the school. The MOF team responded immediately because we wanted to remove the water, have use of our buildings, prevent mold. Tonight is the follow-through of that emergency action that they took, which is a resolution declaring it an emergency and reporting out the total cost that was spent on that. And then the remaining 3 items are related to each other and they're related to our adopted budget. Spent a lot of time talking about that last board meeting, and the board asked a lot of thoughtful questions in between that time that we've provided additional information on. So I'm at your disposal if you have additional questions on those items. But they are a package deal related to the adopted budget.
Thank you, Ms. Gladys. I'm not sure if your comments or questions are regarding one of the specific items. Can we hold that until that item comes up on your?
Yeah, the first, mine's number 1. The health and welfare benefit.
That's actually number 2, so when
Okay,
we do have the
sorry.
motion. Okay. It is recommended that the health insurance premiums or October 1, 2026, September 30th, 2027 be approved. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
This is Chris, I second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to have this polled. I'd like to investigate, give us opportunity to look at more data and the actuaries from our usage. That's a big, major increase. That's, basically around $250 for each employee. And I would like the opportunity to be able to look at it, to get the figures of our actual, what has been our expenses this year. I come from where I sat on a negotiating team before, where we had that discussion with the prior superintendent, where these figures are arbitrary. We set our own rates. We do take from actuaries from CISC and also from a private firm, and then we compile them. But I would like the opportunity to see what our usage is. And this doesn't go into effect until October 1st, September 30th. So that gives us more than enough time, to bring it back to the board after we've had time to look at it and time to have more discussion over it, because it is a major increase. And I just really think that, before I embark on that type of increase, I need to educate myself and be given the opportunity to ask questions and get the figures to make, to make it look, because, you know, we set our own rates. We're self-insured. And so I just want the opportunity, and so I asked to pull it so that that gives us the, more of an opportunity time to look at that.
Okay,
Well, so we have a motion, so we have
Yeah,
to
right.
know, yeah, right?
we have a motion, we have a second, this is discussion.
Okay, can I ask some questions? Is
Yeah.
that okay? So, Sherry, I know there's some bargaining units we haven't finished settling with, so they're still getting the current increase from this year taken out of their pay, right?
Correct.
Which, do you know, like, a ballpark average of how much most people
So
are getting taken
if
out?
you're a 12-month employee, it's like $62. If you're not a 12, if you're like a 10 or 11, if you're a 10 or 11 month, it's coming out over 10 months, so it's in the $70+ range.
So people have like a pay cut of like $70 right now because bargaining is still going on.
Mhm.
So what Mr. Agert was saying, is that true that it's like next year it would be an additional like $250, making like over $300
Yes,
deduction a month?
that is correct.
Holy crap, really?
And I wish that you would have shared that with me, because I will say that there's not a problem in pulling it and bringing it back later, but we do have an actuary study done. I don't simply accept CISC's recommendation of the premium increase. And we always tie it to our actual spend and our actual utilization, but that's where our benefit broker, MMA, their actuaries also independently look at it, and they're using our actual cost, our actual experience, and the increase in the market, right? And their recommendation to the district was actually higher than this.
Holy crap.
Exactly. And that's based on our actual utilization, but they take a longer period of, they will take a 24-month period. CISC looks at an 18-month period of your past spend or utilization. And so they have a little bit of a different assumption there. I think it's reasonable, and I discussed it with MMA, to go with CISC calculation and recommendation. There's no dispute between the two on how much we actually spent, how much our staff actually utilized in benefits. Both agree on how much was spent. The variance is in the difference of the time period that they're averaging those costs over, and a variance on what both believe the increase in the health care costs are going to be. The percent of the increase in the market, or the renewal of the contracts with the hospitals and doctor carriers and whatnot. So we actually took the lower of the two, with the knowledge that we have a health benefit reserve, that if we marked it wrong, we can adjust later on, rather than setting higher and having it set higher than we needed to, right? So we took the lower of the two options, knowing that the health benefit reserve, if we're wrong, can cover that, and we can adjust in the future. But I want you to have that information and honestly access to MMA to walk through that information before you vote. It doesn't hurt to take this later. We used to take it in August, but I feel like it's important to introduce the rates, which has been done because they're public. They're attached to the board meeting, because I think that people need to be aware and see that increase that is coming in the upcoming year. But there is no harm in pulling it and approving it later, because it's still, to your point, ahead of when the plan year starts. And we have that information, and I want you to feel comfortable with it. So there is time to do that.
So like, if we're still bargaining in October with Beta, this means that our teachers will be taking like a $300 at-home pay cut every month until that's over.
In September, because the premium is forward funded. So the October premium is paid in September, comes out of the September check.
If you are a Beta member and listening, I hope that you are hearing this. This is scary information. Madam President or Superintendent, if we were to vote no on this tonight, could it be on this meeting of the agenda of our special meeting after we got that report that you wanted? Or would that wouldn't hurt anything, right?
It does not.
Okay.
It does not. And I feel comfortable with that because I have the information available to the public because it was attached to this board meeting. So those rates are seen and they're available.
Mr. Garcia's up at the podium. Let's see what.
I
Go
hate
ahead.
to introduce this as a practice,
No, tell me.
but it's, you can table this. You have a substitute motion to table, and then second, and then you can
I
decide.
second the substitute motion to table.
Well,
So,
I,
well,
I think he hasn't made it. I was suggesting that he make it.
I thought he made it. I don't know.
Go for it, Mike.
Okay. We had a motion, we had a second.
No, he
To-
hasn't
well,
made the substitute. motion.
Well,
No,
or you,
we
or the
had a
mover and
motion and we
the
had a
mover and the second can just withdraw.
I'd like to withdraw the motion.
I also withdraw.
Okay, then fine, and then, you can have just a consensus to table it and bring it back on.
So move to table it.
Right, I make a motion to table this until further review, at a subsequent meeting, board meeting. I'd still like to talk about it.
Okay, need a second?
I second, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Mr. Fuentes,
Yes.
Mr. Eggert,
I still want to speak on it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
can-
shoot, we have-
So before I have a vote,
We haven't done discussion.
we haven't done discussion.
On the new one.
On the table, motion to table. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, what I want to bring is, no, I understand, but in reviewing since our meeting on Thursday and then Friday being a holiday, didn't have, so that's why I brought this here. It wasn't, it's just, I wanted more knowledge of, my knowledge that I had in the past of doing this, knowing, and I really want to be very transparent so that everybody realizes that this is out there, that we're, so that when we can have discussion at a subsequent meeting, that, we're able to get some dialogue with hopefully with both the, all of the bargaining units, so that we can have definitely a major discussion on this.
I would say it is best if it can be added to the special board meeting, because our open enrollment is August. And
Okay.
so I think it's fair that people know what the out-of-pocket amounts are gonna be before the open enrollment occurs.
No, that's a
so
month
that would
away,
be my
yeah.
recommendation.
No, I.
It's a stupid question. I feel like this is such a stupid question, so I apologize. I know we finished bargaining with LiUNA and CSEA, and their benefits is covered, but was that just for last year, or does it include next year as well?
LiUNA's benefits in their contract are tied to Beta.
Oh.
And so they get state prevailing wage rate, right? So their salary is not something we have to negotiate, but they're paying out of pocket for their benefits until Beta settles. So CSEA is the only employee group that has settled for the benefit increase.
But that was for
current
this year, does it include next year too?
No.
So they have to start over?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow, okay.
And just to clarify, the reason why this went up so substantially is because of increased use.
increase in the cost of services.
It's increased use, but it's also increased cost of utilization. The conversation that we had last week was around it is a significant pharmacy increase, which we saw an increase in our pharmacy that was large last year also. But you think about like the GLP-1 medication that is very prevalent right now, as well as of a lot of other treatments that they now have for I'm drawing a blank on the hepatitis C, for instance. It's fantastic that we have these treatments, but they're extremely expensive. Another thing that we're not immune to that is just across the board is the prevalence of cancer and cancer treatment. And so as the incident rates increase on these major illnesses, the cost of care, the spend on the plan is increasing as well. We have also experienced an increase in the number of large claims, so that's considered a claim that's over 250,000. That's related to the type of illnesses. Again, it's amazing what can be treated now, and it's treated at a very high cost. So we're very fortunate to have the insurance and have those diagnoses and those treatments available. But we're experiencing the same increase that our peers are experiencing across the board. It's the utilization the type of illnesses that are being treated, and significant increase on the pharmacy.
You
So-
can just say capitalism is evil. You could just say that.
Well, we had several years that we were very fortunate with when we didn't have to increase our premiums at all because our utilization was down in COVID, and that's kind of a mixed blessing because it was shelter in place, people weren't seeking services, nobody wanted to be exposed to anything, but we have rebounded. We are definitely back to normal or higher utilization of the benefits. But again, that is what we offer that rich of a health plan for, right? It's so that it's available for all of these things. It's just also in the healthcare industry as a whole, the cost of care is going up as well. So
Thank you, Ms. Gladden.
Oh, did we vote?
No, I was just telling her, thank you for the
I
report.
didn't know, I'm sorry.
So we have a motion to table? Yeah.
Yes.
Cool, and a second, cool.
So all in favor to table the motion, it was aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. And that will be tabled for the special board meeting that will be on July 20th. Thank you. Moving on to number 3, it is recommended that the resolution for 2026-21 declaring an emergency under Public Contract Code Section 20113 for Stern Middle School be adopted. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Second?
Second?
Any discussion? I'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Moving on to number 4. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the resolution adopting the district's education protection account EPA fund allocation plan for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. Do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Any discussion? I'll do a roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Moving on to number 5, it is recommended that the proposed 2025-2026 budget be adopted as submitted. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
This is Chris, I second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
At our last meeting, you talked a lot about how because of May revise, the budget is different. Am I crazy?
no, but, different in which way? I
Well,
don't know.
and so
Help prompt
now
me.
we have to move money out of reserves, and then we talked about the places we were gonna move it. My question was, is that money being moved in flexible? Or if other things come up, do we have flexibility to still move it around? Like
Yes.
maintenance projects, for example, if we were like, you know.
So it's saying, we don't have a need to spend it this year, but we have a need in an upcoming year. And so that is going to be, committed for that future year expenditure. And that's an appropriate allocation. That's an appropriate.
So I have 2 questions. So it was my understanding a lot of that money that existed in our reserves was like one-time dollars that had to be spent on very like specific one-time costs. So like, could we say we're putting it in this pot for like future electric buses or for the cost of water and like they just passed all those sewage fees in our county that are super reprehensible. But like, what if we were like, what are we gonna do about all the sewage fees at our 44 schools? Like, could we set the money aside because we know those things are upcoming costs? Or could we not do that because those are like ongoing costs? That's my question.
Those are all good examples. The reserve is one-time dollars, right? So you don't want to commit it to supporting an ongoing cost because when the reserve is depleted, you have nothing to sustain that ongoing need for dollars, right? So you have to make cuts to then continue whatever you obligated that's ongoing.
Facility's always gonna be an ongoing cost though?
So we have a requirement out of the general fund to fund routine restricted maintenance, which is the deferred maintenance program. There's a minimum amount you have to fund every year, and so BCSD is really funding the minimum, and if there's availability to fund above that, so we have to prioritize which schools get attention and which projects we can tackle over the summer. We do anticipate that, well, not that we know, right? Because we can look at our schools and we know that if we had more dollars available, we would be addressing a lot more things in a lot quicker manner. When the master facility plan is completed, the last one that we did was 10 years ago, right? It had over $800 million in work identified, which we would never have that amount of money, right? But it's like a list of the things that are identified that could be improved on a school campus. And so that's nice because it helps you prioritize, but it's also a little defeating because then as a school, if I go to, Casa Loma and I look at my school's page and I'm like, oh, well, my school needs da, 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 why am I not getting this? It's because we simply don't have enough dollars, and on an annual basis, we can't carve more out of our general fund budget to fund all of the things that we would like to do in deferred maintenance. So with this opportunity, when we have a requirement to spend down one-time dollars on one-time things, and we know that we are currently in the process of our master facility plan, and it's going to identify needs that then at the conclusion of the master facility plan, right, there will be a study session to discuss the plan itself, right, and give the board the opportunity to discuss the prioritization. This gives the board the flexibility to address things that are identified in that plan. So EV buses would be a one-time purchase. Sorry, I veered away from your question, but that would be a one-time purchase, and so that would be okay. You're stealing my thunder because I just wrote in the board update today that we got another like 1.3 million on our ZESB, so we're up to over 17 million. So the cost of the 32 EV buses that we've ordered, previously, a few years ago, we set aside dollars because we know that the electronic vehicle requirement was coming down the road. We knew that we were going to have this need. So we have that balance, that remaining balance, which is like 11% of the whole infrastructure and bus cost that the district would bear now. We have that amount set aside in our pupil transportation equipment fund. So we're good on that. The example that you gave of the utility increases, true, real example, that would be an ongoing cost. So I wouldn't want to depend on the reserve for that. So your examples were 6 of one, half a dozen of another, right?
So we're discussing 5 and 6 together, correct?
Well, and it actually is timely because 5 does include that commitment, and then 6 is the actual detail of that.
I have quite a few questions for you. And one of them I think you already partially answered, but how is the deferred maintenance figure calculated if the facility master plan has not been completed? It sounds like the answer, what I heard was that there are so many things, it's a crisis plan, what we're gonna do first.
So one of the things that I had shared was the list from MOF of all of the things that all of the schools and the projects that they know need to occur in the upcoming cycle as funds are available. So we know what those projects are. And I'll use, for example, asphalt replacement, right? When we do site work, we are doing, Washington is one of the schools that we're doing asphalt replacement on. So if anybody has opportunity to go by there, it's a total transformation. And so I wish the little girl, I hope she wasn't an 8th grader and she's not going to get to see the benefits of that, right? But we completed the HVAC project at Washington and the modernization of the classrooms. And so now this summer we're ready to go through and do the groundwork, right? Because we're not gonna have the heavy equipment on the school. That is, it's over $600,000 for just that asphalt. I believe it's $650, but I don't have the number at the top of my head because I wasn't looking at that recently, but it's over $600,000 for just an asphalt replacement, right? If we're painting a school, right, we're doing a couple of those, it's like $250,000 to, it could be like $400,000 depending on the size of the school. So we know that the projects that are going to be ticked off, I'm not talking about the regular routine things like they're, changing restroom partitions or whatever. That's just in the annual deferred maintenance budget. But these large projects that we really have to pace out, like HVAC equipment replacement, right? All of these things. MOF has a list of the school sites that need attention, and we know what the dollar cost for those type of projects are. So it's really an allowance of up to $500,000 per school site. Some would go over that amount, some would be under that amount, but that's what the number is based on. And that honestly is like one large project at a school site.
So last year when we did this, what was the money committed to?
There was not a requirement to commit last
Okay.
year. So this is newly triggered, effective 26-27. So it's been in state law for a while. It just hasn't been actually triggered. We thought it was gonna be triggered in 24-25, but then it actually,
What
the
percent did
state
we
changed
have?
their mind on, huh?
What percent did we have? What, if we weren't required to keep it at 10%?
The 10% cap only comes into play when the state makes a deposit into the educational rainy day fund is really what we call it, but that's not the official name, but that's what everybody knows it as. And that's gonna bring the state's rainy day fund to 3% or greater, right? So they've not hit that, but the May revise proposes a deposit this year that will get that reserve above that level, which means that this 10% cap goes into play for 26-27 for adopted budgets.
Okay, so I understand that we have to get the 10% cap, but also were there any other categories of obligations considered before arriving at the textbook adoption? Because it seems like that's a little far out.
Well, I'm just going off of curriculum and standards textbook adoption cycles that they shared with us. And so right now we're doing the mathematics. The next one was ELA, which would include some ELD components. And by their schedule, we would be purchasing those in 27-28 to go into play for the upcoming year. So it's really not that far down the road. It's a little bit confusing for me because it seems like the ELA got delayed a little bit because the history was actually on that same year cycle and they were originally staggered, but it looks like the ELA got pushed back a little bit to where the history and the ELA then would be around the same time frame. I'm sure the state will stagger it or our district curriculum team will stagger it, but they are coming up very close.
Since quite a bit of this is dedicated to textbooks, in the future, would we have an opportunity maybe to spend some of that money on ethnic studies textbooks?
I'm proposing the state mandated frameworks that I know that we have to adopt.
Okay.
There absolutely would be an option to consider other instructional materials. These are just the ones that we know that we're
Okay,
gonna have
that
to
makes
adopt
sense.
and implement. Those are all good questions.
Yeah, those were like really, okay, I'm gonna ask another silly question. If the board was like, hey, we had to move all that money out of reserves, could we just, I don't know, like have a professional development about, human kindness and, self-care using our insurance? Could we just be like, anyone who does this PD gets $1,000 and take that money out, like to every single person that works at the district? Could we, as a board, do something crazy like that?
You absolutely could. What we're trying to do is plan prudently for costs that we know are gonna come up and set the dollars aside for that rather than creating new expenditures.
Sure.
But that is absolutely
You're
an
trying to be
option.
prudent. I'm asking if I'm
trying
allowed
to
to
be
be
fiscally
reckless.
responsible.
I'm just asking. Is it
I'm just
possible?
saying, like, we know that those costs are
Hypothetically.
going to exist.
Sure.
So it's allocating dollars towards the costs that we know are.
So I could
in our
vote to be
future.
prudent tonight, but later I could be like, you know what? I was thinking about that vote and I'd
And you
like
can
to be
change your mind.
reckless.
But you
Could
have
we be
to get a
reckless?
majority
I
of the board.
understand. That's tomorrow's problem. I'm asking a hypothetical. No, thank you so much.
Again, I think one of my concerns too is losing track of this money, where it goes when we spend it. Will you remind us that it came from here?
Well, absolutely, because we actually have to, because when we pull it out of the committed balance, you'll see the tracking of that being reduced, and we always detail the budget revision. So it either would be an adopted budget where you're gonna see me like next year and I'm giving my budget presentation, I'm gonna be telling you, hey, we pulled this out of reserve for this purpose. Or if it comes during the middle of a year, like say the master facility plan, it will be completed this year, right? And we have discussion on that, and there's authorization to go forward next June with, some of that work, or spring break, whatever that be. Then it will be a budget revision. We'll be taking it from that committed reserve and putting it into the expenditure budget, and then it would be called out on that first page that, hey, it's increasing expenditures for the master facility plan deferred maintenance work.
No, I mean, I think it's genius. I did go to the parent teacher night at Washington, and all the parents were like, let us come show you our favorite dangerous crack.
Yes.
So like, it is egregious how bad their asphalt was. So I'm really excited that's getting done. I guess my brain was just going crazy with this money to think like, what Lila Perez talked about with, could we have TK dual immersion, or with ethnic studies, like there hasn't been state funding. or with like, there's different, you know, experimental things of trying new infrastructure and special ed that we've talked about. We just don't have the financial support. And I'm like, can we pilot things that we've always wanted to in this moment? Or are we, you know, only stuck with this plan if we vote yes on this plan? So that's why I was asking.
And some of those ideas are things that can be supported from our LCAP, our supplemental concentration. And so we have our, again, one-time pot from that also. The problem with expanding DI to another grade is it's an ongoing cost. And so when we're trying to propose that out of one-time funds, that gets a little sticky in the outer years.
And you can't like pilot a grade to see how it goes, like how enrollment went and how I'm asking, I don't know.
Well, I would default that to the instructional side, but I feel like if you offer that to parents and families and peel it back, I don't know how
Fair
that
enough.
public
Nobody
comment
likes
would go.
take backsies. Fair, 100% fair enough.
That's right, current high school district.
Yeah.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Were future employee benefit obligations, workforce stabilization, or other personnel-related commitments considered? Not bargaining,
Yeah.
to be clear.
You know what? I'm a huge fan of taking any unintended savings at the end of a budget year and putting that towards the retiree benefit obligation, because you're not impacting the ability for the spend in the current year, but if it doesn't occur, then you're honoring that commitment to employees and in the collective bargaining agreement. And so we've been tackling that with the leftovers at the end of a year. But that is absolutely a viable option for this as well, which would just be actually authorizing a transfer to our post-employment benefit fund. As far as other employment costs, it has to be something that's one time. And the tricky thing on that also is so say for instance that you are proposing like, oh, hey, it's a bonus to all employee groups. We have a lot of special ed positions. We have a maintenance of effort requirement for special ed. So if you pay something this year that's an extreme increase, you are committed to that higher spending level in every future year. Although these one-time dollars were available this year, you don't have that same amount in future years. So there's little complications that you have to take into consideration, because what is offered as a one-time payment can become an ongoing, sustained requirement.
And so you did not answer this directly. It is my
Oh,
last
I'm
question.
sorry.
No. This is a totally different question.
Okay.
But you answered it indirectly in the last couple answers, but I'm just gonna ask it for the public, which is, if we have leftover money from reserve that we're just moving somewhere else, why don't we just give that money to teachers in a salary increase?
So the reserve balance that we have has been collected over many years. A lot of that came from the pandemic, right? When we just had shelter in place, we were not able to operate and spend at that level. So that's been with us for whatever the need would be in the future. So as far as revenues that we expect to get in one year and costs for positions that we carry, contracts that we're in service for, utilities that we have, allocations for supplies, equipment, all of such things that we give to the sites, the bottom line doesn't show that that's available during the year, right? But that's in an organization of our size, if that's like, I'm gonna pick on B, but if it's like fiscal and she's got like 5,000 left in this line item and this school's got like 500 left in this item and, anyways, all across the board, that's where you can end up with these unplanned savings amount. We're gonna end the year with a deficit this year, so that's not gonna even be in our realm of possibility this year. But in the past years, when there have been amounts remaining, that's where we have looked to, again, we funded several years ago into Fund 15 for the Pupil Transportation Equipment Fund, because we knew we had this future requirement to switch over to electric vehicles. And we've chosen in many years to fund for our post-employment benefits. So you have other commitments that we know that we have and we can honor from those unintended savings. On paper and for the actual live budget though, all of the revenues that are available are allocated to positions and are allocated to services and goals and activities. It's just when those activities don't cost the full amount that was allocated, or positions may have vacancies, and so during that time of turnover, you can accrue some position savings during that time. That's where those balances come from, but it's not every year, because like this year is a perfect example of where we're going to have a pretty large deficit, right? And so primarily it was accrued through that pandemic or immediately post-pandemic when we were ramping back up to full services.
I did have one more quick
Yeah,
question.
absolutely.
It's new.
We're learning a lot.
I don't think we answered the question of how far in the future are we able to earmark money for?
There's not a time limit on it. So I'll use the example of the supplemental and concentration. In BCSD, we choose, like, we have an obligation, a legal obligation to continue to spend those dollars on future LCAPs. And so we choose to commit that so that we can call it out for the public and they can see by year what the amount was that was unspent and what is, and they can see as we spend it down, right? So it's called out and it's called out by fiscal year. I would hesitate from wanting to commit something for a round unknown too far out in the future, because I guess it is the what if that could come up, but we really want to plan responsibly. And so you're looking for if it's not in the current year, at least within the few years following, right? Because I mean, it's just being timely with the dollars and trying to spend them on the student population that we're receiving them off of. So as close to the student population that you're serving as when you're spending it, right? Ideally.
Any more questions on this? Thank you for your patience.
Nobody ever wants to talk budget that much.
We love it.
And sometimes I get tired of the sound of my own voice. So, but hopefully I answered your questions.
Okay, let's see. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any more discussion?
Thank you for those explanations.
Yeah, they were great.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gladden. We'll do roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, I'm a yes. Moving on to number 6. It is recommended that the resolution committing fund balance in accordance with GASB 54 be adopted. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Fuentes, second.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, I'm a yes. Moving on to Human Resources Report, Assistant Superintendent's Report, Mr. Mike Havens.
All right, good evening. So I have several items for your approval, but as Ms. Jimenez stated earlier, I do want to start off by requesting that item I2 be pulled from the agenda, as that memorandum of understanding was not ratified by CSCA membership on Monday. In addition, I'm seeking approval for the classified human resources report as well as the certificated human resources report.
Okay, thank you.
This is Chris. I make a motion to pull item I2.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this? We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself am a yes. Moving on to number 3. It is recommended that the classified human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion on this? I'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Moving on to number 4, it is recommended that the certificated human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion on this report? Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Moving on to J, board policies. This is a discussion item on the revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 603.17, environmental safety. This is the first reading. Any discussion on this?
This one's really interesting for the extreme weather conditions, because I wonder if the state policy initiatives consider our poison air extreme weather conditions. I mean, I would assume yes, because we have flags and emails from Mr. Fullenweider, but they don't? Holy crap, really?
Mr. Fullenweider.
Dr. Fullenweider, I'm sorry.
It's two different things.
Okay.
Extreme weather is a naturally occurring phenomenon versus air is a kind of a man-made product, so it's treated in a sense differently. So you'll notice in the AR the two things are separated, and you'll notice in the morning emails that go out, both those things are reported and independently, depending on which one is causing us to have to change procedures for that day.
So when it's 103, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But when it's like you can't see, it's so muggy outside with the dirty air, that's another. Shaking all the
Ironically, there tends to be, as temperature goes up, air quality tends to get worse as well. But as we've seen lately, the air quality stayed in that yellow range, even though the temperatures have been upwards close to 100, which isn't usually what happens. Usually they're both elevated. So
interesting.
Thank you, Dr.
I know way more about this than I ever wanted to.
Well, I was like, there's gotta be a whole backstory to why you send us these emails, so someday you'll have to tell us that story.
There is, but you know, I'm happy to.
But we are ahead of compliance
Yes.
because of your efforts.
Yes, we
so
are.
woohoo.
I actually enjoy the recipes on those emails. Okay, moving on to number 2. The revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 603.17, environmental safety administrative regulation, first reading. Any discussion on this item? Okay, moving on to number 3. It is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 603.07, child abuse and neglect prevention and reporting, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 6/9/26, be adopted. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Like to
Any
speak on it?
discussion? Go ahead.
Yes, just some clarification when it deals with the volunteers. Will there be something that will be going out at the beginning of the year in the process of people signing up to volunteer, where they will be made aware of this new law?
Yes, so we are amending our volunteer procedures. Once the board passes, this will amend that and our procedures. So when they have to go and, do their fingerprinting and do those things through us, that'll be a part of the procedure for complying with that.
So we'll include in our training for admin, and we'll also include in our secretary's meeting, so anybody that has to handle the volunteers, so that training. Dr. Fullenweider is always at those meetings.
And the state has a website where everyone can take the training and provide the certificate of completion to us to verify that.
Did they pay for their own fingerprinting costs?
What's that?
Did the volunteers pay for their own fingerprinting costs?
Currently, volunteers do pay for their own fingerprinting costs.
In the future, who would be picking up the cost? Still the volunteers?
I mean, at this time, we don't have a set-aside funding mechanism for paying for fingerprinting for volunteers.
It's expensive too.
Yeah.
I think it's about $60 the last time I
70 or 80.
remember. It's 70, 80 now.
Well, it depends if you're going to Camp Keep. Well, because if you're going to Camp Keep, some of the schools will pick up the cost. You pay and they reimburse you, so. And if that is good for a year, right? Once they do the background check, or is it just?
Yeah, that's an annual training.
Okay.
Or, well, once you do the background check, that's good for as long as you are volunteering. You're actively, we'll receive active notifications if and when somebody were to do something that would trigger that to us at that point. Same with like any employee that we have.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe we can have a parent workshop at our parent centers on that to go more in depth about and examples. I always talk about the language we use to speak to our parents. Of course, they know Spanish, but sometimes it's what Spanish are we using to communicate with them? Anyhow, that's a whole another conversation.
No, I think that's a really cool suggestion, because I think sometimes you want to incentivize parents going to the parent center, and maybe there's some way we can incentivize it with like a voucher for free fingerprints or something, so that those parents that are already involved, getting the training you want them to have, for onboarding could also be incentivized financially to get that fingerprinting stuff done. I think it's
just had a
smart.
crazy idea.
Tell us.
Maybe the booster clubs for the schools that do have booster clubs, maybe that can be proposed to them.
Yeah.
Hey, we have 2 active parents. Are you willing to sponsor them through the booster club?
So, and if I can just clarify, because, you know, we say volunteering, that encompasses a
broad.
lot.
Yes.
You know, if I'm volunteering at the school carnival as an example, that's not the type of
Right.
situation here. We're talking about situations where you're a volunteer and you are then gonna be alone with maybe students, like a coach would, or somebody facilitating a group somewhere or something, so.
Any field trip.
Yeah, so, and those are the fingerprinting requirements, which are not as, don't happen as often as, you know, the other situations where somebody's just coming and working at the school under supervision or being on a field trip and being under like certificated supervision.
I mean,
just to
we have
clarify.
the Verkada system for everyone who comes on the campus. that is
Exactly,
checking things
exactly,
out, but
which
this
kind
is
of
the second level.
kind of satisfies our verification that somebody's not a sex offender, which is a legal requirement.
I think as long as we keep in mind some different ways to get this funded as we move forward, just because I can foresee people that are more financially privileged being the only ones that are able to do this.
Well, and I think as it comes to the chaperoning situation with Camp Keep, that's where you maybe see that type of thing, so.
Yeah, I found that with Camp Keep, and then also like when the kids are doing activities, like parents can't, like your parent can drive you, but you can't drive other kids as part of the activity. And
Probably a good idea.
like it's a great idea, but it's also like transportation is one of our biggest barriers for the activities that we do. And so not having mechanisms to help parents who want to help is tricky. Like it's tricky.
Thank you, Dr. Fullenweider. Any more questions for him? No? Thank you. The next one is number 4.
We have
Oh,
to
wait,
vote
I'm
on that
sorry.
one, yeah.
We have a motion, we have a second discussion. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I'm myself, Laura, I'm a yes. Moving on to number 4 now. It is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 603.07, child abuse and neglect prevention and reporting administrative regulations, second reading reviewed as a first reading on 6/9/26 be adopted. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this one? We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself am a yes. Revisions, let's see this. Sorry, guys. It is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 300.47, charter school authorization, oversight and renewal, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 6/9/26 be adopted. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris Cruz Moon. I move to table this item to our next meeting.
A second.
So I'm sorry, but like there was just some like really tiny changes and I had some personal stuff this week and didn't notice that they didn't get made, and it's totally my fault. But I promise I will vote yes next time. There was like a couple little things I wanted to talk through. It's my fault, I'm sorry.
Happy to hear what those are.
I know. I specifically, there's language about how if a school is failing, you can convert it into a charter. And I would like to add the word dependent charter, meaning it's a charter that would still be under the purview of this board instead of an independent charter that would be under the purview of a community board that was self-appointed.
Yeah, I mean, and if you wanted to make the motion to approve it with that added to it, you can always do that, or it can be tabled till
Yeah, we
next
can
time.
just table it and
Yeah, we'll make the adjustments. Thank you.
So we will table it to the July 20 meeting. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Who was the second?
Brooke.
Ms. Malley.
Thank you.
Dr. Malliot.
I go by all names.
I love calling you Dr. Malliot though.
Number 6, it is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 300.47, charter school authorization, oversight and renewal, administrative regulations, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 6/9/26 be adopted. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes, you have discussion?
Should this not be tabled as well?
Right.
Yeah.
Is it connected?
This is the second
This
reading
is the
too.
AR.
I'm sorry?
It's the AR connected to the BP.
Yeah.
So we'll table this one.
Yeah.
Table,
Okay.
and then I'll second.
So I withdraw my motion.
We all look at Mr. Garcia.
So, well, you just.
Withdraw second? Is it
Withdraw
a second?
The second has to be withdrawn, yeah. And so then I make a motion to also table this item.
Okay, so,
And we need a second.
I'll second.
okay, so we have a first and we have a second to table item number 6 on board policies, J, to the July 2026 special board meeting. And we have a motion, a second. We'll do roll call. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Eggert?
Yes.
Dr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Malley?
Yes.
And I myself, Laura, am a yes. Moving on to K, the consent agenda. It is recommend, oh, go ahead.
I move to approve.
She moves to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Moving on to closing items, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
This is Chris Boone. I move to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. This meeting is adjourned at 8:47 PM.